Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosario Gomez. I am Spanish. I am a teacher in a private university. I studied pedagogy plus 2 master's degrees and some other courses. And that is the reason why I usually train trainers and give other courses within the Erasmus programs from the European Union since last year. Before we start today, I would like you to introduce yourselves. So we have a general idea about your background, at least your nationalities and some other things, because we are going to be together for 3 days. And I think it's nice that we know each other a little bit. So if there is anyone who wants to start, you can switch on your microphone, ask for your turn in the chat, and then we introduce each other.
Hi, may I?
Good morning.
Morning.
Or
morning.
evening. It depends on where you.
It's morning here. Yeah, I'm Mark.
Good.
I'm a teacher from Czech Republic. Yeah, and happy to join.
What do you teach?
ICT, like computers.
Perfect. Thank you. And welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ozan. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you. At least I can.
Yeah, I'm research assistant in Yıldız Technical University Civil Engineering Department in Turkey. And I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Welcome. I think you should. Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I am sorry, my camera doesn't work, but I am Pauline Gazzetti from Belgium. I work at InfoRef, and I'm a European project manager. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah from InfoRef. I'm the colleague of Pauline, and I'm a web developer, web designer. So I was in charge of helping building the Express Yourself platform for this project. Nice to meet you.
Sorry, thank you. Nice to meet you. Where do you say you are from?
Belgium.
Perfect. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Someone else?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Pelin and I'm from Turkey. I'm working as a project manager from SYG'de, and nice to meet you, everyone.
Nice to meet you. Thank you and welcome. Who else? Don't be shy. Lara, Stefan, anyone else? Richard, Fatih, Umut.
Hello.
No one else? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
I am Marek. I am working in an association in Czech Republic. I am a youth worker, and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank
my
you.
camera is not working, so
no problem. At least we can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have in the chat someone who left a message. Okay, she says Anna, she's a photography teacher from Prague. And okay, and she's having problem with the microphone, but she can see and hear us. And tomorrow she'll be able to use the camera. Okay, Anna, welcome and thank you for your collaboration, even if it's through the chat. Anyone else? I always like to have a background of the people I teach, so I can guess of the questions you might have or the interest related to the topic that you may have.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Joseph. I participate in the training on behalf of the Pro. I am a project manager and youth worker. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you and welcome. And we have in the chat Dorothea from Michael's School. And nice to meet you, Dorothea. Thank you for your collaboration through the chat. We also have, I don't know how to pronounce it. That's why I like you to introduce yourselves. I think it's Henri Paulas. And he says he and and other people are from Czechia, and they are studying in Michael's School as well. And they don't have cameras or microphones. Oh, that's a shame. Well, at least you can hear me and see me and hear the others. So if you at any time have any doubt, you can use the chat as you have done now. Perfect. You can hear me and see me. That's wonderful. And then we have as well Jaroslav, I think is pronounced, who teaches photography and is telling us that is not able to use the camera now, but can see us and hear us. Perfect, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so then I'm going to start and you can collaborate and I like you to ask questions, doubts, or express your opinion through the chat or switching on your microphone. If at any point you think I am going too fast, you can let me know and I can slow the piece, repeat anything that you need to hear again, or explain further any of the things we are going to see. First of all, I'm going to show you the program for today so we can remember what are we aiming to. And if you have any trouble, if you are not able to see what I'm sharing, I appreciate that you say it through the chat, so we can solve the problem. So the course, as you remember, is called the Non-Formal Training Set of Creating Digital Storytelling, and we call it Express Yourself through Digital Storytelling. The course starts today, the 24th of May, and we will finish on Friday, the 26th of May. Today, the day one, we have a title here, How to Start Digital Environment and Skills. We will talk about online safety and legality and the core digital skills that we need. After that, we will have a breakfast break because I don't want you to be hungry while learning. After that, we will be talking about problem solving. Then we will talk about shading and tools for shading. Then we will talk about the ISO and we'll see what it means. We'll have a short break and then we will talk about choosing the right camera and the lenses, right? It means the one that suits you better, that suits your objectives better. I would like to let you know that even though we have this program, I am always flexible in case we need to talk a bit more about any of the topics and make any other shorter, or if you need anything else, a more flexible time. Then I'm going to start with the contents of the course for today. Let me find the presentation. Sorry, can you hear me now? Thank you. Perfect. So now that my microphone is on and you can hear me properly, I was telling you that we are going to start by talking about privacy settings and measures. And it is necessary to go through this because some of you, I know you are aware of this. Some people don't really think of really few and short and easy steps in order to keep safety and privacy while online. So here you have some steps, things that you should think about in terms of safety. The first one is to configure your browser to allow you to browse the web anonymously. That means when you open a window in your computer in order to do a search, you should do it. You see here, my computer is in private mode. You can also find it as incognito. So when you do that, you are not allowing all the cookies in your computer. Let's see. I am going to open a normal window so you will see the difference. You open a window and then let me share it with you. You open a window, and then I will show you how it looks like. It looks like this, right? So you see here, I have the option of accepting all cookies or rejecting all cookies. First of all, you should always reject all, or go to another option in which you can choose which cookies you want in your computer. I always, and you should use the reject all, because if you accept all, you are storing cookies in your computer. That means on one hand that you are going to use the storage of your computer, and on the other hand, that some companies are going to be grabbing information from your computer all the time for you don't know how long, and you don't probably know even who are they. And that is the reason why you receive personalized advertisement, but as well, your data can be stolen if you haven't checked who are those companies or those people who are getting the information from your computer. So that is the first thing. If you use a normal browser, when you open the window, any website that you visit, reject all cookies or set which ones do you want to be in your computer. You can read the information about which are those companies and their intentions. We'll see that later. So here you have, it is in Spanish. I didn't have the time to set it in English, but it will give you an idea. You can find it if you are doing it at the same time that I do it. You should find it in your own language. If you are within the European Union, the European law states that every company has to inform you about which data they are collecting and which is the intention for the collection of that data. And this is what I have just opened, and you should be able to open in your browser. So you see here, you have the option of allowing all of them, or you can go one by one and turn on and off those cookies that you want to accept in your computer. You can go one by one, and you see, if you click here, more information, you will see which is the company and why are they collecting your data, sorry, and for how long will they use. So once you choose which ones you want in your computer, you confirm. The best thing to avoid doing this all the time is what I have told you. If you come here to the dots of your browser and you open a in private or incognito window, then I will show you what happens. You will have this. Mine is black because that's another thing we are going to talk about, and it's taking care of your health while using your devices. And as we are exposed to blue or white light coming from our computers or smartphones, I always set this background, dark background, and you have it in the settings of your computer. So you will be taking care of your site. You will prevent your site to be exposed to that light all the time. So back to the topic, yours will be white, but it will show here incognito or in private. So that means that anytime you open a browser, I will show you an example. this one. So I'll go here. Your computer, first of all, the company will show you the options for cookies. And I will go here. I will reject everything. And then I will, this is a new Spanish newspaper. So while I read the newspaper, only some cookies, the necessary ones, and maybe a few ones for statistics will be left in my computer. And once I close the window here, when I close the window, if I can do it, give me 1 minute. If I close the window, my computer won't be keeping the cookies that I have used in order to read that newspaper. So let's go back to the presentation. So that is the first thing, to configure your browser to allow you to browse the web anonymously. So again, the companies will be grabbing your data, but only the necessary, and maybe some of them for statistics, but you won't leave your data around all around the internet. Then something we are a bit more aware nowadays, but it's always good to remind that you have to ensure that your social media privacy settings are appropriate. If someone knows your password, they can steal your identity and cause you great harm. So remember, first, setting strong privacy settings if your account is personal and you only want to share it with some people. And always remember to keep your passwords safe and don't expose it to anyone. If you are using a shared computer, always remember to erase it and close everything properly before you leave the computer. Then something that is still happening, even though it's something that started with the beginning of the internet, and we thought everybody will know it already. We need to remember that we have to avoid responding to spam emails or attempting to unsubscribe via the links contained in them. That means that sometimes let's say that you decide to browse anonymously, and you remember that you gave your consent to different companies. So now you want to unsubscribe from those companies. You had to go to their website or contact the responsible person, as the European law says nowadays that all companies should have a contact person or department to which you can ask for the waiver of your rights. That means they should delete your data. So that is the way in which you should do it. But sometimes we receive emails who are telling you to unsubscribe. First, they send you many emails to make you tired of them, and then they send you an email in which they are telling you you can unsubscribe. Then they send you a link. So when you click those links, as you see here, they will confirm that your email address is active. That is one thing. Or you can even be clicking in a non-legal and dark, let's say, link, in which they will grab your data in order to fake your identity. So be careful when clicking those links contained in emails and SMS. Then, of course, don't reply to emails asking you for money and personal information, because companies who really need those data from you, they won't ask you those data by email. They will ask you personally or by any other private means. So let's read here. What else can we think of? To protect our privacy. So let's think about the images of ourselves, our kids, etc., that we post online. It is challenging to take something down once it's been published because we don't know how far it has traveled. That means that you should always think of which kind of pictures are you going to upload online, and in which social media or websites are you going to upload those pictures. As soon as they are online in any digital background, you don't know where they go. So we have to be careful with that. You have to think, especially if you work with kids or young people, you have to be very careful what you are doing with your the pictures. We'll see later about personal data, the law about personal data and how to protect it. But the thing is, even if when we share a picture in WhatsApp or any other social media that is we think is private, is not private as soon as it is sorry, as soon as it goes out from your phone. So as you see here, it says we occasionally Google ourselves by typing our name and last name into a web search engine, then reviewing the results to see what has been said about us online. We look at your profile on your website, blog, or other online community to determine whether it might contain personal information about you that we don't want to post publicly. So let's remember that search results make everything available to everyone. That means when you set the settings for your social media, or if you have a blog or any other digital background, it is a good thing to do to use your browser and do a search to see how it looks like for others, so we can correct any mistake of privacy that we have left behind. So your contact information, including name, surname, phone number, home address, email, messenger, and other personal information like date of birth, credit card number, tax identification number, are not openly shared online, but sometimes you have to make sure of that, because if you use your name and surname in a social media, it's already public. So you have to be careful with that. Make sure who are your friends, who is able um, to check that information. And then there's something that some people don't take seriously enough, and it is the fact that we have to remember to turn off the webcam. Keep the webcam off when not in use, and exercise caution when utilizing it. So it means that we should check any person we invite to any meeting like this one. We have to make sure that the people who is in there is the people that we have invited. Otherwise, someone could get into the conversation and do anything they want, like sharing the information that we don't want them to do. And after that, after we use our webcam for personal or professional meetings, it is a good thing to make sure that it is off in our computer. Some computers nowadays have the option of turning on and off the camera. So I'm going to show you now. So back here, now you can see me, right? So even though my camera is on here on the meeting, I can turn it off and you don't see me. And that it is because my computer has the option, the same with the microphone. me. I said I can continue talking and you won't hear me because this computer has those options, and there's also the option of closing the camera. And this is because every day more and more and more we are taking care of our privacy, and we want to make sure that no one is using our camera or microphone without our consent. So that can happen if you don't have those options in your computer. I advise you to make sure that your camera and microphone are off when you are not using them and they are not being used by anyone else. Back to the presentation. So we all know already about spam. I think we are all aware. Anyway, it is good to remember that spammers scam websites and look for anything that resembles as a legitimate email address. That means that you may be careful when giving your email address, but sometimes it's not about the steps you took to protect your privacy, but it is a problem with the website that you have used, either because they don't have enough measures to protect the privacy of the users, or maybe because there's a gap in the privacy settings or the design of the website, so hackers can get your information from those websites. So that is the reason why we still have to be careful with the spam, and remember that we should never reply to them, and we should never try to unsubscribe using links contained in those spam emails. So as we said, this only serves to confirm the senders that the email address is active, and that will increase the amount of spam we get. The worst about the spam is when we click a link that brings a virus or any other problem to our computer, or that gives them our personal information and we allow them to use our personal information for illegal acts. So about the passwords, we also need to remember that we have to choose good passwords, and that means, that we should never use personal information like our name, last name, date of birth. Some of you are really aware of this and know how to create a strong and good password, but some others don't. So let's remember that we have to consider other facts about you that a large number of people are aware of. So if you use the name of your pet, such as a dog, a cat, or any other, or you use your favorite band or your favorite cake or your favorite food, anyone who knows that information about you could use it, and of course we cannot be wary of all the people we know. We also trust our friends, but sometimes that information could go where we don't want it to go unintentionally, because another person could mention it in any conversation. So dictionary words are bad passwords. And what happens here is that you should know that there's some hackers and programs who create passwords and collects passwords from the website. So you really have to think of a strong, very personalized and non-typical password in order to avoid those hackers and programs from getting that information. As here you see how to create a strong password. Most of the times it has at least 8 characters, and it includes a capital and lowercase, a number, and a punctuation mark. So in that way, it is more difficult that anyone guesses your password. Then how do we protect our password? So first of all, never trust anyone with your passwords, anyone. And it is good to change it from time to time. And don't write it down. If you lose the paper, someone reads what you wrote down, then they know your password already. And another thing is it's good to write it manually every time you use it instead of letting your browser save it. And that some of those things might sound to you quite silly, but it's something we really should apply, and we really should keep in mind. I have seen recently someone who is a IT related worker, and she was a programmer, or he was a programmer, and I thought that person to be aware enough about privacy and security, but then that person told me that her browser was saving all her passwords. And that is really good for you to make your work easy. It is good for you because you don't have to remember your passwords, especially if they are good enough, as we said here, with 8 characters, including capital and lowercase, and number, etc. All those things make your password difficult to remember. But if we let our browser save it, what happens here is 2 things. If you lose the information in your browser, you lost your passwords. So you will have to recover them one by one. That is not a big trouble. The worst, trouble comes when anyone hacks your computer or hacks or gets access to your browser by any way, and they know all your passwords. It's something we don't think of when we let our browser to keep our passwords, because we find it, as I said, comfortable and easy. But it is something that can happen to you. And that is the thing that we most of the time don't think of. Things happen to everyone, things could happen to us. So remember that this could happen to you. I don't recommend you to save your passwords in a browser. You better save them in a different way and do a password that you can remember. So also, as I said, there's some places in the website where hackers and programs get the information of general passwords. And what happens here is that there's memory centers, and when you keep your password in your browser, those memory centers are boosts, because they are collecting the information and they are doing an algorithm in which the programs can guess your password easily. The more information they have, the more people they have keeping the passwords in the browsers, the more easy it will be for them to know your password or anyone else's password and get access to your personal data. So this is something important we should be aware of about passwords. And if you spread the information, that will be better for us all. So then after that, remember the following when writing down your password if you didn't recall it. Don't mark it as a password. That means if you don't want to keep it in your browser, you decide to write it down with pen and paper, then don't mark it as a password. And never write it down with other information needed for specific registration. That means if I write down my email address and then I write down after that the password, everyone will know, everyone who has access to that paper, that document, will know that that is the password for my email address. So don't be silly and put things separated and don't make it look as a password. And then encrypt your password by, for instance, changing letters. Always remember to unsubscribe when you access your email account ATC, that means logging out, especially if you're using a public or shared computer. And then make sure no one is observing, and that again seems silly. We don't look around all the time every time we use our password. That means that of course we have colleagues and people we trust, but be careful no one else is looking at your password, especially when you are in the street, and especially for phone lock passwords. So what do we do if our password is stolen? What we have to do is changing it first of all, and then inform the web service administrator of the incident so they can prevent password theft and subsequent identify the theft. So the faster you inform the company related to that password, the better, because as soon as anyone takes your password, they will use it. You have to be faster, change it, and then inform your friends as quickly as you can that they shouldn't open any further emails from your address until you solve the problem, because the person who got your password could be sending emails or messages of other type to your friends to get their information, personal information, and their passwords as well. Say that about the passwords. Let's talk again about the use of cookies and privacy. Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to find the presentation. So if you can give me some time. Okay, so let's continue with this, and after that, I will give you some more information on this topic. Okay, so this is those are the contents that we are going to see, and I wanted to make sure that we are in the right place. Okay, so about the use of cookies and privacy. So we can read here. Most data are required for websites to function normally. However, it is advisable to be wary of individuals whose only aim is to follow you around or put harmful malware on your computer. Additionally, please remember that if you remove all cookies, some websites might not function. You can accept or ban cookies on individual pages using some browsers. You can indicate that you only want cookies from websites that you genuinely trust if you do this, and then utilize anti-spyware tools that can check cookies for tracking. This is what I have told you already about using an in private or incognito window. And this is also the reason why I have shown you the Spanish newspaper and how to choose those cookies that you want or don't want in your website. And now I'm going to share with you the presentation I was talking about, in which we are going to see the European law some of it. Of course, we want to go in depth into it because it's not the aim of this training, but some of it. So let me share with you this here. So when we talk about the protection of personal data, because we're talking about companies who store cookies in our computers, and when they do so, there's the functional cookies, which are aimed to make the website work properly, so we can see the contents that they are sharing with us. But there's also some other cookies that are aimed to collect our personal data. So here, and that is why I come to this presentation, we should talk about the protection of personal data. First of all, we need to know what is personal data. Sometimes we think of it as a name, surname, date of birth, address, or email address, but there's more other things that we don't think of as personal data, and it is personal data. And the thing is that European law nowadays strongly protect this personal data and our privacy. We should know that and be aware of that. And for those who are not within the European Union completely, but the European Union has some deals with their countries, you should know that there's international law protecting this personal data. After the pandemic, it was happening before that all countries were starting to realize the importance of the privacy and the protection of this data, and they starting to make law in order to protect it. So there's international law and there's law from each government, from each country nowadays after the pandemic, in which this awareness became stronger. So there's law, as I said, in each country protecting this data. We should be aware of that, and we should know that we have rights that we can claim to those companies which collect our data. So this is the personal data. but we'll see this after. But as this law states, personal data belongs to the holder, the owner. So your data is yours. And the regulation confers the person the right to control and decide over them, which consists of deciding in any moment how and who is going to process their personal data. So according to the international law and European law, and then governmental law from each country, the person owner of the data, your name, your surname, your address, and any other data that we'll see after, you have the right over them, and you can decide if you give it to any person or company. But once you have given the consent for the use of that data, you can also waive it. That means you can ask the company or the person to stop using your data and deleting your data from any database that they have, because it's your data and you can decide over them at any moment, as it says here. So if you want to know the regulations in which this protection is based, so first of all, we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. Then we have the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, specifically Article 16. And then the Article 39. And then we have the Directive 95/46 AC of the European Parliament and of the Council of 24th October 1995. So you see it's old, but it is nowadays the awareness about the protection of privacy and personal data is making some changes to those laws that we already have. And then we have later the regulation from the European Union 2016/679 about general data protection regulation, and then the regulation 2018/1725 of the European Parliament and of the Council of 23rd October 2018. There's other regulation. There's still the European Union and other international bodies are still working on this regulation and other law to protect the privacy. And there's even the European Parliament is even already talking about regulations for the protection of the privacy and data related to artificial intelligence that it is meant to be finished by February next year. So back to our rights, the holder, the owner of the data, that means you and your data, have the right to consent and waiver. That means consent, knowing how, when, who, and why is going to process the data by written information. And then waiver is the right you have for the data to be deleted or erased at any time. And this part of the consent, knowing how, when, who, and why, give us an idea of why we can find those many options when we try to open any website. I'm going to show you again. If I open here a new window, you will see again this accept everything, reject everything. That this button is, we only have it from about 1 year ago. And then if we go to settings here, and you some years ago, until 1 year ago, we have this option, and we had to go one by one selecting which cookies we wanted or did not want. We got tired of going through one by one, and of course, if you have to use about 10, sorry, I'm not sure if you are able to see what I'm sharing with you now. I meant this. So now you see what I'm talking about. All those options are the why, how, when, and for how long your personal data is collected. So the information, as the law says, has to be written, has to be stated. So every time you come here, you will see a long list of each of the company that is collecting your data. And here, if you open for more information, you will see who is collecting the data, for how long, and the objective of the collection of your data. So if you want to accept it, you will have to click it here or click off. And this is according to the law. The companies have to tell you. We have already seen it. And I was telling you that until 1 year ago, we have this long list. And if we had to open about 10 windows each morning for personal or professional reasons, of course, it was tiring and a waste of time to go one by one. And what happened was that people worried about their privacy asked for more rights according this. It was tricky because the companies knew that you were not going to spend the time choosing which cookies you wanted or did not want in your computer. So most of the people said, click into, I have to go back, sorry. Most of the people clicked into the sorry. No, most of the people I said clicked into the accept because it was easier than going into the settings one by one. So after the people worried about the privacy asked for more rights, and the websites created this button here in which you can easily reject all and only the necessary cookies, which are functional cookies and are the ones that allow the website to work properly, are the ones stored in your computer. So once you reject all in this new button, you will have those cookies stored in your computer. The difference with the incognito window, as I said before, is that when you leave the website, those cookies should be gone from your computer. Now, do you have questions or doubts about this content we have already talked about? No, okay. Then I'm going to continue with the presentation. So remember that at any moment you can use the chat or switch on your microphone to ask for any question or doubt that you have. So let's have a review to what is personal data. As I said, most of the times we think of personal data as our names and surnames, maybe our email addresses and passwords, but we don't think about other things that are also personal data. So we can read here that personal data is any information about an identified or identifiable person. That means anything that can help identify you or another person is personal data. So let's see some examples to clarify this. It can be your name, but it can also be your ID, your identification number in your country or in your passport. Data about your location. That means if I tell anyone without your consent, where are you? That I am giving personal data. And if I haven't asked for your consent, I am doing something illegal. Also, if any application or website shares your location without your consent, they are sharing your personal data without your consent, which is illegal. Your personal data is as well your online ID, such as the email address, the instant messaging name or user, the user ID, or any other name used online. That means if in your social media, instead of your name, you use a nickname, and that nickname is used by someone without your consent, they are also using your personal data. And any other elements from your physical, genetic, psychological, economic, cultural, or social ID. So again, remember that anything, other elements from you, anything that can identify you or a person, it's personal data, especially for those who work with young people in schools or social institutions. You have to be aware that anytime you give any data, even physical information, when you say the person is blonde or has dark hair or blue or dark eyes, you are giving physical information who make a person identifiable. So that means that if you haven't asked those people you work with for their consent, you are incurring in illegal acts. Some of the things that we don't think of as personal data, but they are as well, is the IP address. That means the number that identifies your Wi-Fi connection or your computer. The bank account, of course, an image or voice message. So when you share in social media a voice message that someone sent you, you are also sending personal data. The license or plate number of your car or another person's car is personal data. The salary, if you don't talk about the person, but you say the salary, you're giving personal information as well. The medical expenses or medical issues is also personal data. Even the family members of that person or yourself is personal data. So now that you are aware that any data that identifies a person or helps identifying a person is personal data, is when you have to be aware on how you use that data, especially in your institution. Always need consent from the person, because even the use of personal data when registering, organizing, storing, modifying, consulting, sharing, erasing, you are processing data. And in order to do that, because you access that information, you see that information, and you are able to share that information, you need consent from the person. And now the consent, and that is the reason why, again, we see in a website those long lists about the cookies. It is because the consent has to be free, informed, specific, and unambiguous. And it has to be a statement by which the owner accepts the processing of their personal data. And it has to be written or verbal, but it has to be stated unambiguously. It means it has to be clear. So the consent can be given by marking a box in a website. When you see those I have shown you before in a website, you turn it on and off. That is a way of giving your consent. It can also be choosing technical parameters for the use of some services in your browser or any other digital environment, or any other statement or behavior which explicitly shows the acceptance. That means, for instance, when you are in a website and they show you a message in which they say, by continuing reading our website, you accept the terms and conditions. So the behavior will be that you continue reading, and that means that you are accepting the processing of your data. Remember that it has to be explicit and unambiguous. And as you see here, according to the law, when processing their personal data has different purposes, all of them must be declared. And remember that when we are aware of this, most of the times we don't want any company to have our personal data, especially when we know the consequences of its use. But even though the consent is free, sometimes there's no freedom because the personal data are essential for the company in order to do their business. And a good example for that is opening a bank account. When you go to a bank account, and they will ask you for some personal data because they will need it in order to identify you to keep your money safe. So sometimes there is no other option. Either you give your consent or you don't use the service. Keeping that in mind, there's those few measures we have talked about in order to keep our privacy and safety. Now, say that, as we were supposed to have a break at 10, let's have now a short break so you can go for coffee or anything else, and you can come back at 10:30, and then I'll be here to continue with the contents of the course.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back after the break, and let's continue with the presentation of the contents about storytelling. Some of you were asking in the chat if I can send you the material. There's no problem, but I have to ask first because I don't know if they are protected by authors' rights. And this is one of the topics that we are going to talk about today. As soon as I have news, and I will let you know if I can share it with you. And if so, I will do it during this week. That means tomorrow or Friday. Now back to the presentation. And remember, you can ask any questions at any time through the chat or by switching on your microphone. So we're going to talk about core digital skills. And here you will be guided through the process of going into internet. As it says here, the web is a never-ending resource of information that can assist you to advance your career and give you a general understanding of practically any subject. You can read books and articles, watch documentaries, listen to the radio or podcasts, or watch interviews. Through social networks, the most well-known of which are Facebook and Instagram, the web is also used to link individuals with one another, as we all know already. To connect with or call your friends, you can also utilize instant messenger apps like WhatsApp or Skype, depending on the country in which you are. Some countries don't have permission by the government to use WhatsApp, for instance. Anyway, you will mostly utilize email for work-related objectives because it is the most common form of corporate communication. We are going to skip the part of how to connect to the internet because we all know that already, otherwise we won't be here and it is easy to learn. We're going to skip the part about using a browser because we have already seen the most important part, but we are going to stop here about knowledge of content reliability because as we have said now, there is so much information online that we can get confused about it. So internet content is not always accurate. The internet is a useful tool for disseminating, let me see 1 minute. Yeah, I was saying the internet is a useful tool for disseminating accurate and false information as well. It is therefore advisable to stay away from pages of uncertain origin. Science journals are the most trustworthy sources since they contain complete author and publisher information. It is recommended to double check the same facts in other media if you come across an essay without an author or sources. So here we have two things. The first of them is making sure that the information we are reading or receiving is not false, and then respecting the intellectual property, by knowing the author or sources from an essay or any information we receive. So we are going to stop here to check how to do this. I'm going to show you an example. So if I'll share this. So I go into a new window and then I write here to make a search to write an essay. I'm looking for information on how to write an essay. Let's say I am a student and I need that information in order to pass my subjects, my studies. So I see here, this is from a company that is trying to sell me something. This is talking about the structure of an essay. I have some information here. Okay, I have a look. There's more links, the beginner's guide. I'm not a beginner. Oh, Harvard College, that will be a good one because it is coming from an university, well-known one. And they do research, so they have scientific information. That will be the most advisable thing to do. But as I want you to see an example of the things you need to check, I'm going to go further. And I see here Grammarly and then more information. So, okay, I'm going to check this one. Right? Okay, the beginner's guide to writing an essay may be here. As a student, I think I can find accurate information. But how do I know if I don't know this source? Let me see if you are able to see the. Yes, you are in the website. I'm sharing the right website. So here, let's say I don't know this this website, this source. So how do I know if the information is accurate? I need to check who wrote the information or who shared the information. So here I have the information I'm looking for. Okay, but how do I know if this is false information? Then most of the times I have to go down until the end of the website. Here it is the content. And I continue going down, scrolling down. I can see that there's a very complete information, but still I don't know if it is accurate or false. I have more questions on the topic and related articles. And then I come to the end of the website. So here I can see Trustpilot. So there's a source that is telling me that I can trust this website, but I do not know this application or digital tool to check the trustworthiness of a website. I can see here some information of the digital environment that they are using to share the information. And I see here Scribe, I see is the same logo. So I have our editors, jobs, fax partners. Okay, so in our editors, I will click to see who are the people talking about the information I was looking for. So it says here, Scribd editors have one thing in common, a passion for language. Their passion, coupled with our high standards of quality, has led to our excellent student satisfaction score of 4.7 on Trustpilot. Our editors are our greatest asset. Then it continues talking about them, but it does not tell me that it's scientific information. It's only a passion for language, what they share. It's not research, it's not scientific, or if it is, it doesn't say so. That means that if I have a passion for language, I could contact them and be sharing articles. That does it mean it is scientific? Not at all. So We continue reading, and it's continuing talking about the editors. And then we have information here about the different authors, their nationalities, a picture of them, and I can even click on them to see more information. But again, I read, she has a bachelor's degree in English, literature, and French. Okay, that could give us an idea about if the information they are giving is related to what I am looking for. And she says she has 7 years of experience editing, tutoring, teaching English as foreign language. Okay, so it might be helpful. We already have some information. She is a teacher. If I have enough with the information of a teacher for my objectives, that will be enough. We have some information. Still, we cannot say that this information is scientific or accurate. Anyway, what matters here for you is that you have to be able to check the sources of the information that you are reading in order to make sure that the information is accurate and is true. After you do that, you have some criteria to make sure that you are not using false information or sharing false information. Okay, so that was the thing I wanted you to know and keep it in mind. Anytime you visit a website, check for the sources, make sure who is writing the information, what is the aim of sharing that information. Here, maybe they are promoting themselves as teachers or writers, so the information is probably accurate because they are aiming to have a professional file. We can even take their names and do a search online if we want to go further. Anyway, back to the presentation. Always remember to check for the sources of the information that you are reading. Let me get back to the presentation. So this is a way in which we can check for the reliability of the information that we read. Again, this is nowadays the topic is about the information shared in social media and fake news. We have to on one hand, remember that fake information has always been there. Before we were able to write and read as society, people also spread the information by talking, and some people who had the information in first hand, the first source of information, sometimes manipulate the information in order to manipulate people. That happened long ago, and it is still happening nowadays. The only thing is that nowadays the information is written, the information is there. It's not gone as soon as we spread it. So we are able to check who wrote or sent that information. So this is a good thing that we have nowadays about fake news. Long ago, before we wrote and read, the information was by communicating orally, was communicated orally, sorry. So we had no way of checking who said that information other than asking one by one the people who knew it. Nowadays, with the online information, as we saw, we can check the website, the blog, any digital environment to search where is the information coming from, who wrote it, and if the information is false or is true. Do that in order not to spread fake news. What else about the content? We need to, okay, yeah, after that, we'll talk about a bit more about, as I said, we need to check as well the authors and the sources, and making sure that those authors and sources are mentioned in order to respect the intellectual property, but we will talk about that a bit later. So let's continue with problem solving. You frequently find yourself, we frequently find ourselves in circumstances when utilizing the internet where you are unsure of how to handle an issue or circumstance. For those who are here today, who say in the presentation that they work for IT teams or IT teaching or any IT background, you probably don't have those problems. You don't find yourself unsure about what to do when finding a problem with the internet or the computers. But for the others, there's a few things that are necessary to be told. So here we have a brief guide on what to do if you find yourself in a sticky situation and you don't know how to resolve it. There's something very helpful, and it's the FAQ section, frequently asked questions. Let's see, frequently asked questions is the meaning for FAQ. And it's the most crucial instrument in this. The website part that content this can assist you in locating answers to the majority of common issues that are connected to the subject. So back to the example that we saw, I'll show you later. But also the educational websites feature a helpful FAQ area that you might read through to get assistance. It's a good thing to check as well if the website is a good website or the blog is a good blog when they are giving you this help for assistance and how to proceed. Even for your computers, if you have Windows or Apple, they always have a website in which you can check how to solve problems about your computer, unless it is something big that is beyond your knowledge or abilities as a user. In that case, you will have to take your computer to a professional to check if there's any virus or any other malware or anything else that broke your computer, or a failure of any other type. But most of the times it is helpful to use those websites from the company of the device that you are using. Again, the educational websites, but what you find here is similar answers that other users posted to help the business by reducing the amount of time spent on customer service. So here what happens is the people try to help people. I, as a user, can post into their website a question, and then the company will give me an answer, and that answer can be useful for another person with the same problem. It will be always there. But also the firm has a benefit, and is the investment on personal resources and time and money. I'm going to show you the example in the previous website. If you give me 1 minute. Let me find the previous website to share it with you. So back to the website that we used as an example. Again, if we scroll down to the website, we go to the end and we see that here we saw the editor, so we can check the sources. Sorry. And you see here there's a frequently asked questions, FAQ section. So that means that it's a good website in the way that it helps the customers get information. So if we click here, we see there's the option of asking your question. How do I write? You see it's showing me the results at the same time about questions that start like the one I have written, and then you can choose from here. So that is one thing you can do. You can search by this search tool, or you can also check by topic. You see here there's spell checker, and there's about this topic, there's a few questions. You can also go to the grammar section. There's more questions about grammar. And we also have here a tool in which we can click and chat with probably a artificial intelligence, AI, or maybe there's a real person at the back. I don't think there is nowadays. Anyway, there's another tool that can help us solve our problems. So this website is well designed to help customers, and this is a good option to solve any trouble that we experience while surfing the net. Another option to solve problems that you find while using the internet is using tutorials found online. You can use internet sources that offer a variety of tutorials on various subjects. It is advisable to head over to your browser and check for them there if you know precisely what the issue is. That is a good thing, because if you know what is the issue, let's say my keyboard is not working, then I should need to use my voice in order to search or the shortcuts of the keyboard. Let's say I cannot find a specific symbol. Let's say the symbol for the euro. I don't know how to write it in a document, so I know what the issue is, so I can do a search online for the FAQ questions, or also other resources of the internet. So when you search for this, you will come across numerous websites that provide instructions for various tasks. This is an SI approach to locating numerous websites that provide crucial information. So I'm going to show you an example again of how to do this. I know the issue is Okay, so I'm saying goodbye to someone who is leaving the class today because he has to teach. It's a shame that you are leaving, but you can ask any question you have tomorrow. So I was telling you that I'm going to show you an example on how to proceed when you know what the issue is. I'll stop the presentation and then I go back to my browser. I'll share the browser with you again. Here. So there you are. Dark to protect my site. So I write here how to write the euro symbol. And here I have a result, how to type euro symbol on your keyboard. Okay, so there's a type of keyboard which has the symbol, mine doesn't, but it explains here how to do it, okay? And this is coming from a website called WikiHow. This website, I don't know if you know it, but WikiHow collects very much many topics from different areas, and it explains you how to proceed, how to do it, how to find the solution for those topics. We were talking as well about other resources. So you see here, there's a video. This is sometimes a good source as well for those who are not good at reading, for students who don't have those skills, for people who have problems reading, or for people who just prefer listening than reading. So, and it is useful sometimes, especially when talking about internet or digital issues. Videos are very useful because they show us how to proceed instead of telling us in words which are the steps or how to solve the problem. So you see here, as I was telling you with the presentation, there's other resources other than the FAQ sections that can help us online to solve any issues. So if I go here, I will probably have different videos. Okay, so sorry. Sorry, the video continued playing. Okay, so that's an example on how to proceed to solve issues that you find when surfing the website on your own. And again, sometimes we need to, taking the example of the video, we need to watch a few in order to make sure that they contain the information we are looking for, and also that the information that they are giving us is correct and true. Sometimes, as it happened here, despite of the advertisement, we already had the information in the first video, but it is not always the case. Okay, back to the presentation. Here you go. Let's continue with the most well, here starts the one of the parts that will interest you the most. We have already talked about and seen a few online safety steps that we need to take before we work online, and how to solve issues, and a few things about legality, about the law and the rules that we need to comply with. Now we are going to start talking about shading, and that is how to share, and a few tips on shading with better results. So what drives internet content sharing? Despite how simple the question might seem, it is quite difficult. Simply put, there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and it varies from person to person. Nevertheless, content sharing has some unique similarities that we shall consider. These sharing buttons are widely used nowadays, and the information can be distributed in both cases. So let's see first common forms of content sharing. One of them we all know already is social media posts. So going to your page will allow you to access this basic social media post. Typically includes a topic related graphic. We all know this. We go to the page, we write or upload pictures, videos, or anything, and then we share our content. Then, after that, as this type of post was kind of static, it stood there, it was less attractive. The companies made the social media made the story. This one is comparable to the post, but it has a different aesthetic layout and typically only lasts for 24 hours. So daily updates are the finest. Here, there's two things. Um, they look different, as it says here. The aesthetic layout is different, but also the fact that it lasts for 24 hours grabs the attention of our followers, because if they don't watch it on time, they will miss it, and that is a thing that could have them paying attention to our social media or social website or digital environment of any type. And then we have the most static one, which is the article, and those are lengthier sections of text that provide information on a particular subject. So this, an example for this could be the website that I have used as an example, in which we could read about how to write an essay. They are always there, so the information you can check, read, consult the information whenever you want, as soon as the author doesn't delete it. We all know this, and we all have shared it and used it probably, or most of us at least. But say that we need to talk about the advantages of sharing content. People naturally interact since they are social beings. That means we are prone to social interaction in person and nowadays online as well. So online conversations are successful precisely because they foster interpersonal connections. That means that the online conversations or interactions, they are promoting something that is natural in us. So with the era of social media already started, we might take a look at the following initial motivations for sharing content. So it helps people feel good about themselves when they share their contents, identifies them in the sight of others, introduces them to valuable content, and makes them aware of commercial goods and services. And that is the reason why they got so important and so well known, because at the back of it, there's services and goods that we obtain, and there's money behind. There's people and companies getting investment or getting salaries or getting anyway money from those shared content shares. So when we are going to do storytelling, we have to think that sharing content needs to be properly designed. In order to do that, it is important to think of the target group. So first and foremost, you should consider the target audience you are trying to reach when you consider distributing material. So you must consider posting content that will be most appealing to the people who are following you. That means if I am posting for my friends, I will probably have to share things that we all like. Let's say we all like basketball. It will be a good thing to be done that that I share contents related to basketball because I know they are interested about it. So they will check my profile not only to see things related to news related to myself, but also related to a topic that they like. Maybe if they like jokes, I should include that sense of humor in those posts, or if they are more serious or formal, I should avoid those posts related to the sense of humor. So I will have to think of the people who is following me, and I will have to think of what they like and what they expect. What happens here is if I have too many followers, I want to be able to know the interests of everyone, but I should know a general interests in them to follow myself. So again, if I am talking about basketball, and when I start talking about basketball, I notice that the number of my followers is increasing. That means that the common interests and the common interest is basketball. So I should continue using that topic in different ways in my posts in order to keep the followers. So as it says here, the typical audience for personal social media is friends and family, but for commercial purposes, the majority are clients of your company. So you had to visualize a target audience related to what you are selling. If you are an educator, a teacher, someone related to the field of education, you will have to visualize a target audience who is interested in learning the topic that you teach them, or if you're a counselor interested in being counseled and things like that. So you have to think about your, in this case, not your company, but your subject or your knowledge or your profession, and then visualize the target audience and their interests in what you share. So here you had to think of those people, those folks, it says here, as those in the middle. That means they are not your friends, they are not your family, they are not your customers, but they are maybe your students or the young people or the adults that you work with. So you will have to think of them, their age, their interest, the social background, etc., in order to share posts or content that is relevant for them. Let's see some tips that can help you in this task. So first and foremost, you should consider the target audience you are trying to reach when you consider distributing material. As we said, who are they? Are they your students? Are they your clients? Are they your friends? Here in this course, you're probably thinking of your students or young people you work with. So you have to consider them, what they like and what they are used to. So the best method of approaching people must be used. You want to ensure that people are inspired to connect with you through this. So inspiration is a tip. You might be a model for them as a teacher or someone who work with young people or as a project manager. You should consider them and how to inspire them through your project. So even for business purposes, it says here, that is the most crucial component. People will not consider your material to be relevant and will disregard what is being supplied if you don't have a sound strategy, right? So those things are important here. So inspiring the people you are sharing your contents with and sound strategy. So those who are project managers or project coordinators know very well that it is important to plan and have a strategy to reach a goal. Here, our goal is to attract the attention of the people we interact with. So we need to make a strategy to grab the attention of those people, those students or these young people. So thus, you should concentrate on a few pointers and you should maintain your content entertaining and humorous, right? So again, as I said already, entertaining and humorous, because otherwise they will find your content boring and they won't be checking your website or social media again because they got bored with what you share. So your writing should be clear and uncomplicated. Again, if I get this presentation and I share it in my social media, people will probably find it boring first because they have to read. There's no voice reading or explaining anything. There's no movement in the post I share, so they will find it boring. But also, it's maybe the vocabulary, some of the vocabulary is not clear enough because it's specific of the topic. But that is the reason why I am here explaining it, because I need to make clear those terms that are related to the topic and not clear enough for anyone to understand. So if you need, as a teacher or someone working with young people, or as a project manager, you need to make things clear. Sometimes a good thing to be done is making a video in order to clarify those contents that you are sharing, because there's movement, there's voice, and the tone of our voice can change, so that will attract the attention of the people reading or watching the video, and that will make them come back in order to get more information about the topic that they are interested in. Also, the writing that, as I said just now, doesn't have to be writing, but it can also be a voice recording or a video recording, has to be uncomplicated. See, if I find or I give information with scientific terms and a very a high register vocabulary, that will make things complicated for those who are not used to that vocabulary, and they will give up. So we need to make things clear and simple for everyone to understand. So I will mark this as well for you to remember that your content has to be clear and simple. So let's go to social media and content sharing. I'm going to check on you first to see if you have any questions. Remember, you can raise your hand or post in the chat. No questions? Okay, so we'll continue with the social media content sharing. So the key to effective social media posting is creating a coherent, online, visible strategy. Again, here, we have here the word strategy. We cannot just record anything and post it in our social media. If you are used to social media, you can very easily realize that those with the highest number of followers have a strategy. They have modified their pictures, their videos. They think of the content they are going to share before they share it. That means that there's a time before they do the posting, there is a time of edition of the posting. So that is the reason why the pictures look beautiful, the videos look nice. You cannot just get your camera, take any picture and share it online. If it's your personal social media, of course, is your decision. But when it's a social media that is used for professional means or for commercial means, you have to think of a strategy. You have to edit your videos, edit your pictures, and that is the reason why you are here today. But you will have to think of that from the very first day of creating that social media profile. So a good thing to be done as well is to integrate external information. So it won't be everything about you, but you will show that there is content that you share related to the rest of the world, other information related to the topic, other websites, other profiles, other people. In that way, you will also be doing collaboration. So this is done in order to maintain the relevance of your profile. And again, planning is key to achieving a healthy mix of original and pre-existing content. So you can create something new, but you can also use something that you have created before or someone else has created before. And we have to stop here. We are going to talk about content curation and legal content. And I think I need to share another presentation. Yeah, I'll do it later. We can continue with this. But yeah, I was thinking and on how to organize this because I need to go to a different presentation to extend the information that we are going to talk about, but I will do it later. The thing is, we are saying here that in order to maintain the relevance of your profile in check, we sometimes need to use pre-existing content. And in order to do that, we need to do content curation. That means to check, to review properly the content that we are going to share and making sure that it is useful for us, for our intentions, and for others, the people who is going to read or watch our content. So curating content is a fascinating activity to engage in, even though if you haven't think of that in this way. It implies that you can locate some pre-existing content and afterward distribute it to your viewers. That again needs a strategy because you will need to invest time in locating the pre-existing material, and you will need to invest time in watching or reading the material carefully to make sure that the material has the same goals that you have by sharing that information. Also, as we said before, to make sure that the the content is accurate and is not false, and also to make sure that the sources are trustworthy. So it means that rather than starting from scratch, you may start with material that already exists and give it your special spin to add its worth. By doing so, you can quickly locate and distribute information that will be highly pertinent to your audience, while also fostering positive relationships, with those who supply the content, such as companies. So as I was saying at the beginning, when you share content from others, you are collaborating with either companies or people. You might be collaborating with other teachers, so they will also share your content, or you can create content together, because here you are using existing material, but you are giving it your special spin. That means you make a comment, or you add information that wasn't there, or you comment on a specific part of the information that is given. So you are, by using that material created by another person, you are completing the information, or pointing some information for your audience, but you are also promoting the person or the company who created the content. And probably most of the times, as an appreciation for you doing this, the other person or the company will mention you as well, and will probably promote your content when you have new content created by yourself. So say that as it also says here, the information has to be highly pertinent, and that is the thing that will require the investment from you of time to check that the information is convenient for your audience and is from the proper sources and is not fake. Now we reach the point, legal content sharing, in which we are going to talk again about law and how to be legal when sharing content here. So as it says here, there are obligations associated with using and distributing someone else's content, particularly if you want legal material sharing is crucial for this. So to be sure that you are lawfully distributing content, you should do the following steps. So first of all, ensure that you distribute the appropriate content, appropriate for your audience, for their age, and appropriate because it is legal. So the most crucial step is to identify precisely what you want to achieve by sharing materials, as well as to be aware of your intended audience. So what do you want to do with that material? Is the material adequate for the age or group of people that you are going to share it? And is it legal, that information? Again, is it true or is it fake? Then share your opinion. So information sharing without context is largely useless. We see sometimes some posts in all social media that have been shared many times for many people, but there's no comments on it. There's no other information. So it is useless because we don't know in advance if the information is relevant for us. That is the reason why you should give some information, some context, some comments on the information you share, to give information in advance for your audience. They will know before they watch the video or read the article or listen to the podcast or anything else. They will know in advance what it is about and why are you sharing it. It is important for your students or the people you work with, young people, that you let them, or any other audience that you are going to have, that you let them know why are you sharing that, and what is the content that they are going to read, watch, or listen. So you should summarize the information and identify the precise passage you think deserves special attention in your post, especially when the information that you are giving, either by an article, podcasts, or a video, when they are long, the person that is going to read it needs to know where is the focus, where is the information that you want them to focus in, to pay attention to. So in this way, at the beginning of each information we share is most of the times an introduction, and if they don't know where is the part that they are that they need to pay attention to, their attention might decrease and they might give up. So you should summarize that and let them know. And then, as we are talking about legal content and being legal online, give the writer credit. So you have to make sure to credit the author of any work you utilize in your creation by tagging them if you can when sharing, or if you can't, but by mentioning them. We are going to continue talking about this, but we are going to take a short break of 10 minutes. Okay, so let's continue with content sharing. And we are going to talk now about sharing content created by others. Again, here we have to consider the law, the law, sorry. And here is where I need to share another presentation in order to give you some information related to this one. Okay, I'm opening the presentation in order to share it with you. So let me find the slideshow. Okay. So back to here, I am going to share with you. Okay, we still have some some people is missing. So I hope they come soon. Okay, so here we need to stop by copyright and licenses in order to talk about how to legally share content from other people. So first of all, we need to understand how copyright and licenses are applied to information and digital content. So there's other licenses apart from the copyright that we all probably know already. I know that until recently, well, still happens every day less and less, but there's some breaches to the copyright, meaning that some programs or some publications from some authors are not respected from some people who sell those illegal programs or illegal copies of publications with copyright, and some people buy them because they are cheaper and they need that product. It is every day more difficult because the law is enforcing us to comply with it, and be aware that online is nowadays as when you are in person, being online, doing illegal facts online, like no respect in the copyright, can put you into trouble because your IP can be checked by police and legal bodies. So don't save money that can cost you something else, like being sent to court or prison. And say that there's another thing that you should consider when buying those products. I'm not saying that you do, but I want to make everyone aware that this happens. As I said at the beginning, luckily every day less and less. But let everyone know that when you use products with illegal products, which are a copy of a product with copyright, you can put yourself into trouble, because by installing those programs into your devices, you might be installing as well malware or viruses or anything else that can create a breach in the security of your computer and can put you at risk in different ways. So say that we all know the copyright. But there's other licenses that we should be aware of, and there's also digital rights. So the copyright means that unless stated, the rights belong to the creator, author. And when this happens, there's a copyright license. We have to mention the authors of the idea, text, or image, picture, or any presentation, or anything that we use in our digital environment, being that our social media or our blog or website or any other. So if we don't do that, our work will be considered plagiarism, and the author of the copyright, the author of the idea or the text or any other source or information that you have used can take you to court and put you into real trouble. It happened again. We have to think about that. It can happen to us. Don't think about those things, something not related to you, something that happened to the others, but not yourself, because it can happen to any of us, not necessarily because we deliberately didn't mention the author, but because we forgot. So pay attention to that. Because when the author of an ideal text or image finds plagiarism, they can take you to court, and they take it very seriously because they are getting money for those ideas or those products, and they most of times have bodies or people searching for online contents that have those ideas that the people should pay for. Then also, you remember to mention them when talking in a chat or any other social media, even if it is just the idea, because in that way you are not only respecting the rights, but you are also promoting the authors, and that is a good thing to be done because it will say a lot about you, and you will be respected for sharing accurate and legal information. But as I said, there is other licenses. And those licenses, I thought I had them in the presentation. I don't, but I am going to search for you. Any of you could right now open a new window in the browser and write copyright against other licenses, and you will find information on this. I'm going to share with you this window so we can talk about it. If you haven't searched in your browser, you can watch here. Maybe the information is different. The good thing is that you will find it in your own language. But what I want you to know is that they are called CC licenses, and they are called, that means Creative Commons licenses, and that they give everyone from individual creators to large institutions a standardized way to grant the public permission to use their creative work under copyright law. So from the user's perspective, the presence of a Creative Commons license on a copyrighted work answers the questions, what can I do with this work? So there are 6 different types of these licenses, and they go from the most to the least permissive ones, and they are explained here. And I opened to the website not only to give you this information about those Creative Commons licenses that allow you to share content without paying for it because the author decided to do it in that way, but also to let you see the symbols that they usually use for each of them. So this one, CC BY, this license allows reusers to distribute, remix, adapt, and build up on the material in any medium or format. so long as distribution is given to the attribution is given to the creator, and the license allows even for the commercial use. So that means that when you find a product with this type of symbol and license, means that you can do anything you want with the material, but mention the person, because the person who created the material is not looking for money, but looking for promotion of their products and their creative work. So as it says here, the meaning is credit must be given to the creator. So the creator, the person is telling you, do whatever you want with this content that I have created, but mention me in your website or your blog or any social media, any digital place or printed material in which you use my ideas and my material, my products. Then we have this one, CC by SA. So you see each one has a symbol. The CC is Creative Commons, and then by means that you need to give credit to the author. And then this SA has an additional meaning that adaptations must be shared under the same terms. So this CC by SA license allows users to distribute, remix, adapt, and build upon the material in any medium or format, so long as attribution is given to the creator. The license allows for commercial use as well. If you remix, adapt, or build upon the material, you must license the modified material under identical terms. So that means that when you find this license, you can do the same as with the previous one, but here they don't allow you to use a different type of license for your work. That means you took a picture. Let's take a practical example. You took a picture from someone else, and then you use it in your blog, let's say, and you have modified the colors and the appearance of the picture. Then when you share it online, you have to use this type of material, because the author is telling you, okay, use my ideas, share the ideas, but share this with the same terms and conditions for everyone. So no one will have to pay for something that I have created and you have modified. So you cannot use a copyright license when using this type of material, and you cannot use a more restrictive license either. Then we have the CC by NC. And this license allows the user to distribute, remix, adapt, and build upon the material in any medium or format for non-commercial purposes only, and only so long as attribution is given to the creator. So from those licenses we saw before, they are more open. This is the less restrictive, and they go down to the most restrictive. But these two allow you to do a commercial use of the creative work. But this one does not allow you to do a commercial use of it. So it is for non-commercial purposes only. And again, you have to give attribution to the creator. So you see, credit must be given, and then the NC means only non-commercial uses of the work are permitted. Then there's a more restrictive one in which we add the NCSA. So that means that it is only for non-commercial uses of the work, and the adaptations must be shared under the same terms. So CC by NC SA, there is a license that allows reusers to distribute, mix, adapt, and build upon the material in any medium or format for non-commercial purposes only, and only so long as attribution is given, again, to the creator. So when you remix, adapt, or build upon the material, you must license the modified material under identical terms. Okay, so you cannot modify it and say it can be used for commercial purposes, because the author is asking you to share under the same license. After that one, we find the CC BY ND. So this one means that the license allows for users to copy and distribute the material in any medium or format in an adapted form only, and only so long as attribution is given to the creator. So the license allows as well for commercial use. The difference here is this ND, which means no derivatives or adaptations of the work are permitted. So you can copy, okay, that's fine. You can distribute it, you can share it, but you cannot modify it, right? You cannot modify the creation. Then this one, CC BY and CND, allows for users to copy and distribute the material in any medium or format in an adapted form only. Again, we cannot modify the work, and it is only for non-commercial purposes, and only so long as attribution is given to the creator. This one is a bit more restrictive, because compared to the first ones, you cannot use it for commercial uses, and you cannot modify it. So you can use it in your posts, but you cannot modify it. So it must be given only for no commercial uses, and no derivatives or adaptations are permitted. But here doesn't tell you to use the same license. So you can use a different one. And then this one is the last one that we are going to talk about. Is the Creative Commons Public Domain Dedication. This is the symbol, CCO. So it's a public dedication tool which allows creators to give up their copyright and put their works into the worldwide public domain. So it allows users to distribute, remix, adapt, and build upon the material in any medium or format with no conditions. This is the most open one. Okay, so this is what I needed you to know about licenses. And I'm going to go back to presentation that we were using. So here, back to the presentation. Now that we know how to share the content of others, respecting the law and their requests and licenses, let's see other few things about sharing content when it is created by others. So networking benefits from sharing other people's content, which can benefit both your personal and professional life. So when we share in blogs, always include a reference to the blog where you found the written material when sharing it. So when you get the information from a blog, either in your social media, your own blog, or any other website, include a reference, a link, or the name of the blog, or any way in which people can identify the blog and can check the blog, either by clicking and going to it, or by searching for it online. Then when you use pictures, utilizing your photos is recommended. In that way, if the picture is your own creation, you won't have to think of those licenses we have talked about, and you can do whatever you want with this one, with this photo, with this image, because it is yours. So that is the recommendation. But it is best to ensure the image has a Creative Commons license, we have seen, if you don't have them. And that indicates that it is free to utilize the image in content development. So it is crucial that this licensing covers commercial use. So as we said, you can use pictures from anyone as soon as you respect their licenses. When you use your own pictures, it is a good recommendation that you as well use any of those licenses that we have talked about it. So the others, the people who is reading your content or following your social media, they will very easily recognize with those licenses what they can do with it, either sharing it or not, modifying it or not, etc. And then for use on social networking, sending a notification to a person or company that has been tagged. To do this, use the @ symbol, we all know, in front of their username. By sharing your information with their audience, they can show their appreciation, which is also very advantageous for you. So what we are saying here is that when you use material from someone else, it's a good thing to be done to tag, link, or mention the person. So here you will be doing a few things. One of them will be mentioning the author, giving credits. Another thing will be promoting yourself in their social media, because by tagging them, people can access them and people can access your social media as well. And also they will probably show the appreciation for mentioning, and that will give you credit, that will give you credibility. Now let's talk about a few things, because when we share content online, especially in social media, we are not aiming only to let the others know something, but we also want them to share the content. In one hand, so more people will know what we did, and on the other hand, because in that way we can increase the number of followers. So in order to do that, we can do a few things that are explained here. So use high quality pictures, and that is why we are here today, starting with these few things. We will start at the end of the day talking about how to do this, and during the following 2 days we will also talk about how to create more than use high quality pictures. So by the moment, let's focus on this and make sure that the photograph is of satisfactory quality before submitting it. Although they might be simpler to acquire, low quality photographs will not do the post itself justice. So as we said at the beginning, you need a plan, a strategy when sharing content in your social media. Apart from knowing your audience, taking care of the pictures that you share is also an important part of the strategy. So you cannot just go around taking pictures of anything related to the topic you are sharing in your social media and uploading it either from your camera or your smartphone. You have to make sure that the quality is good enough, not only for yourself, but also for the audience to see it. So we'll see that quality is related not only to pixels, but also to the light, the angle, the type of camera, etc. So that has to be part of your plan. Then you can increase your shares on social media. That is one of the aims of our strategy as well. And as it says here, most social media platforms let users pay to have their posts promoted. We have to keep in mind so we don't get frustrated when we see others increasing their posts and their followers, and while we don't get those many. So sometimes remember that there's the option of payment that may not suit you, but then you will be in a different type of group or social media. So in general, due to the potential for financial loss for those people, this is only recommended for commercial users. That means that if you think of the payment option, you have to really have the time to invest into creating posts and having the right posts, and you really need a very good strategy to increase your followers and your sales. Then for your educational or professional use, not always is recommended to have this payment option, because maybe you won't get because you don't have the time to focus in that strategy. You won't reach the audience you want, or you won't reach your goal, and then you will be losing money. So, however, it is widely acknowledged in internet advertising and thus aid in gaining followers. So you can think of your social media as a type of advertisement, and you can use it that way with that strategy, that plan that we have talked about, but keeping it for a smaller group and with medium or lower intentions. And then another thing to do in order to share your content is distribute material to other users or companies. So that means that you include other people in your posts as often as you can, so that they will know you posted something that is relevant to them, and they can show their appreciation by promoting your content. So you cannot expect anyone to share your content if you just post without mentioning. It is important to mention users or companies so you grab their attention, and at the same time, as appreciation to you for you mentioning them, they will be probably sharing your content, and they will probably mention other people, and they will do the same. So that is the way it works. Now, we start with one of the interesting parts of this course, and it's the tools that you can use for sharing. I don't know how many you know about those tools, and you probably know others. So I'm going to talk a bit about photo editing, then Adobe Photoshop, xPress, Pix, EX, GIMP, and then screenshots, which are sometimes a good tool to use to share content. I would like you to let me know either by switching on your phone or in the chat which tools do you know to share content. Okay, no wonders. Then I will continue. If at any time you remember any tool which is related to those I am going to talk about, you are welcome to let us know. So a great photo might succeed or fail in editing. It is an important part, as we said before, about your plan for sharing content online. So even while a shot may appear ideal at first look, there is frequently still much space for improvement. That means, as I have been telling you from the beginning, that you might take a picture with your smartphone or your camera of an object or background or landscape that looks really nice to you when you take it, but then in context, in your social media or your website or your blog or whatever digital environment that you look, it is not as good as it look because the quality is not good enough, or because when uploading it, it lost quality. So consider the light, right? Red eyes, unnecessary details, etc. That picture that we talk about that you took might have those unnecessary details, like other people passing or tables at the background. So the talent required to edit a photo into stunning final result is often underestimated. Most of the times, if we get Instagram as an example, because it is the most visual social media that we have nowadays, from those that are well known for everyone. When we check Instagram, most of the time we see very good pictures and they look as casual, but they are not. They have a background of edition in which the person who shared it made an investment and effort of modifying the picture, and sometimes the person, the owner of the social media profile, is not the person doing the edition, but even they might have a team of people specialized in that edition. So don't underestimate the necessity and the importance of edition of pictures. And then, however, with the aid of the free photo editing application, this is a simple task, and you will be elevating your image to a higher level in no time. That means that we are going to talk about a few applications that you can use for this edition in order to have higher quality pictures. So it has never been simpler to edit your photo online, regardless of your level of experience, and you will quickly become an expert and create your photographic website. Let's talk first about Adobe Photoshop Express. So you can search for it online, and you will have some characteristics of it. So we can have it on our smartphone, tablet, or computer. And it makes it simple to edit photographs because it is very intuitive. So it is useful even for beginners or those looking for a high quality program for rapid alterations are the target audience for this free picture editing program. The software is easy to use and provides a wide range of settings. The majority of the common photo editing tools are available, and you may rotate photographs, alter the perspective, enhance the brightness and contrast, and apply a variety of effects. So are you looking to edit it later? You can also make reverse the changes that you have made, and there's a category called decorate that also allows you to edit the decoration of your pictures. So you can do this and add text and make collages that are customized. It is simple It is intuitive, and it looks like expert. So I'm going to show you the website now. So give me 1 minute while I get there. So this is the website, and so in your smartphone, if you go to Google Play and then you check, I'm trying to show you from here, you go to your Google Play applications and then do a search here. I can't show you, but you write Adobe Photoshop Express in your smartphone, and then there is always here, I don't know how, let's see if you can see it. You see the application is here, and then you ask for more information, and you will see there all the options that you have even in your smartphone to work with this application. So it lets you correct, use filters, make effects on your pictures, and as we said, create collages. So it is fun and creative, and it has many functions to help you edit your pictures. You can change your picture to look a bit more blurry or a bit more professional. You can cut it, and you can even erase the background of your picture. So you can also personalize the image. And you can then, when you finish using the application, when you finish modifying the picture, you can upload it from your smartphone. There's as well a payment option, but you should not need it. Then I'm going to show you here. It is again in Spanish, but it can give you an idea on how it looks like and how to use it. And it has templates. You see, there's this topic is related to jungle, so you can choose plants and put them in different places. So you can choose which type of creation are you going to make. It can be a pamphlet, it can be a banner, it can be post for social media, it can be a story for the social media, or it can be an advertisement. And then you can see there's also templates for of professional quality, like those that you can see here. You can choose them, taking in edit, and just start from the template. You add your picture. We don't have time enough to create any picture with them, to modify any picture with them, because I want to see a few, and the course is not long enough to stop by each of the tools. But I encourage you to try them and show us the results during this week. So you see here, it says use Adobe XPress for free. It means that you can create an account and use the tool without payment. Here it is explaining how to use the templates and showing you some results of other users. And here it is telling you that even if you don't have the knowledge of photo editing, you are able to use this tool. You can even share and create together with someone else. So you see there's a free option version and then the payment option. So this is about Adobe Photoshop Express. And then there's this one not so known one, xPress. It is a photo editing program that maintains the same layout as its forerunner and concentrates on capabilities that cover all of your fundamental editing requirements. It allows you to adjust, crop, and change colors, among other things. You may also alter the white balance and get rid of undesirable objects. Additionally, you can use additional tools to advance your portrait photography, and it is an excellent application for amateur non-professional photographers overall. So again, this is a good tool for those with little or no knowledge about photo editing. And again, if you search for it online, it will be easily found. And I am going to show you this as well. How it looks like. It is at the beginning showing us the free version and telling us that we can download the results in different ways. And here it says that you can edit pictures and design templates. So you can start from here. Where you click, you get the picture. You can even do an image search. You can even generate the picture from artificial intelligence. It has templates as well. You can choose a collage, a TikTok video, post from Instagram or for Instagram. There's also options for creating or helping you create videos from YouTube for YouTube, stories in Facebook, and the wall in Facebook, Pinterest as well is available, Twitter, podcasts, Twitch, and any other social media such as LinkedIn, which is a professional network. You see there's many options, and when you choose any of them, they will help you do the modifications of your picture according to the standards of any of those social media mentioned here. There's also some templates that you see here that you can choose from here. And then you add your pictures there. You see there's many options. Beautiful, and they look very professional at the end. Look at this one over here. This one over here, this one. I'll try to switch it, okay, into English. Right, so there's also a payment option, but you won't need it. See, now you can see the options I was telling you, sorry. So you can open an image and then the history, image search, AI generator, templates, and then simple collage, TikTok video, and all the social media that I have mentioned already. So it can be used for professional and personal use. And again, if you go to Google Play and you search for PIXIRX, you will be able to find the application. I'll show you, see you. So that is the picture. And again, if we click in, sorry, it's too close. For app information, you will see the information about the application in your own language. And you will decide if you want to download it. And you can check there the many things you can do with this tool before you download it. And it is again for free with a payment option. Back to the presentation. We have this GIMP. It's frequently recognized as the top free photo editing tool on the market. And the software has a wide variety of equipment from fundamental operations to sophisticated features. It can be highly helpful for novices, even if it is suitable for experienced users. This includes automatic image improvement. See automatic image improvement. So you don't need to have the knowledge to improve the picture, but the program does it for you. You can do again cropping, color correction, and the selection and editing tools like resize, face swap, gives, layer filters, and curves, which are also fun. And then the interface can be completely customized as well. It looks nicer, not only your picture, but also the interface of the program will be nicer for you. And it has many plugins that can be supplied without cost. So you can again check for it in your smartphone in Google Play, or do the search online in your browser and have it in your computer. We won't stop by, and I will not show you this application. You can do it autonomously because we need to continue with the contents of the course. Excuse me.
Kilonun alacağını netleştirelim diye konuşabiliriz. 8-10 o zaman şimdi şey yapacağız ama 8-10 yok yani. Şeylerimiz verelim.
Sorry, I think you opened you switched on your microphone by mistake. Or were you asking something? No doubts? Okay. So there's this part about making the screenshots, and I have this question marks. The first one weird for you because this is Spanish, but because I did not know if you really needed to go through this. I think most of us are already familiar with taking screenshots and using them in our social media or in a Word document or sending them by email. So I will not stop on this because we are going to have soon a break, and then we will talk about choosing the camera and the lens. And well, I'll just let you know a few things because I am aware that some people is not used to use the shortcuts of the keyboard, and there's the snipping tool from Windows, and that it is when you go to the home of the computer, you can use this snipping tool to take screenshots. Also, Apple or Macintosh has it. I don't know about other systems, but I suppose they do as well. Apart from that, which most of us know, there's also the shortcut. As I said, most people don't usually use the shortcuts of the keyboard. So if you press this key, the home key, sorry, the home key, and at the same time you press the PRTSC is sometimes called, sometimes it has a complete name on it, but it means print screen. So if you press those two keys in your keyboard, you will take a screenshot as well. Right, you can try it now if you want to. And some other computers instead will have the FN. If you have the FN button in blue, then you will need to press the FN instead of this one, and then print the print screen, this one with PRTSC. And if you press both together, you will take the screenshot. And you might not find it, then you should check the files of your computer. It usually goes into images. There's a file called images, and inside that images, you will probably find a file called screenshots. You can find it there, and then you can use it in your text file, or you can directly use it, name it, and upload it to your social media or your blog or any other digital environment. We need to continue, and we are going to talk now about the ISO, which is an important part of, okay, it's not here. Here. ISO. It is it means International Organization for Standards, and most of the time we find it when we buy or check any device. It is there's a law which regulates those standards, and complying with the law, any device that we buy should follow those standards. So we are now going to talk about the International Organization for Standards. Sorry, not about the International Organization, but the standards for the camera. So it's a measurement of digital sensors light sensitivity. When you see this ISO on your camera, it is referring to the digital sensors light sensitivity. And a bigger number signifies a greater sensitivity and the capacity to capture more light. So we go from here, as you see, it's darker. The ISO 100 is the darkest in this example. The ISO 200 is a bit more lighter. The 400, you already see some background. 800 shows us a bit more color. And then the double 1600 shows us a better picture. So depending on the needs of our digital environment and the type of picture that we need to take, we will need one or another. So as it says here, the ISO settings can range from 100 to 6,400, right? This is not the maximum. That was an example. The maximum is 64, depending on the specific camera used. That is the reason why we need to see this before we go into choosing the right camera. So the 100, 200, 400, 800, 1600, 200, and 6400 are the most popular ones found in digital cameras. Then, of course, there are more professional ones known by those professionals, but we don't need to go into that. So you need to know that when you double the ISO speed, the brightness of your photographs will likewise double, indicating that the values are relative to one another. So when you double the speed, more light will come into the camera and it will be more bright. You see here. So another thing that we need to know is that when we change the ISO, we do not change the size of the pixel. Rather, we electronically increase its sensitivity, the sensitivity of the camera, or in other words, we increase the voltage to the sensor. So internally performed by the camera's software and sensor, changing ISO is comparable to increasing the gain on a microphone. So you see here, as we said here, that changing the speed will bring more brightness, and you see here the examples. Here you see the fine details of the pictures. You can even see the drops, and here you don't. So on a sunny afternoon, you won't have any light problems. So you can set your ISO to a much lower number. Between taking pictures during the day and night, you will have to play around with the values of this ISO and find the best balance between exposure and image noise. So here we have a basic reference for common values based on light conditions to give you an idea of what you need. So when it's bright and sunny outside, we need an ISO of 100 or 2 will be enough. But when the weather is cloudy or you are indoors or the window light, you need to do a window light portrait, you need a 400. When the photography is indoor and without flash, you will need 800. And reserved for very low light conditions, you should have the 1600. Now that you know that, we need to also consider digital noise because it is a side effect of increasing the ISO. So the higher the ISO, the greater the amount of digital noise added to the image. So because we want our photographs to have the maximum amount of clarity, we need to pay attention to the ISO setting, and that it is why we are learning about it now. So keep in mind that the higher the ISO, the lower the light level your camera can tolerate. So here is the highest from these examples. Your camera will tolerate less light. So at the same time, the higher the ISO will also increase the amount of visible noise or graininess, right? So when we use a high number, we will need less light, and at the same time, our pictures will have more graininess or noise, as professionals call it. So find a balance between how dark it is and how much noise can tolerate in your photographs without damaging them. Sometimes you will need to give up on the graininess in order to have a less darker picture, or sometimes it will be just the opposite. So also be sure to have a tripod on hand if you will be photographing in low light conditions in order to reduce the movement that could cause the image become blurrier. So if we have graininess and in low light conditions, it is better to make sure that the camera is not moving, sorry, so we will not have blurry pictures. So sometimes we need more sharpness in our pictures, and that is the reason why we increase the number of the ISO. You see an example here. So this is a clean image where the ISO is 100. It is true that we don't see those many, there is less light, but we don't see graininess as we do here. This is a noisy image or grainy image, and it is because the ISO has been increased and it is too high. So depending on the effect we want in our post, we will decide to have this type of picture or this one. So say that, let's take a 15 minutes break, and then we will continue talking about how to choose the camera and the lens. So Okay, are we all here? Welcome back. Let's continue with the last part of the program, of the contents for today. We are going to see how to choose the camera and the lens. So here you have the contents. So digital cameras and smartphones are easy and faster to be used, especially by those who have no knowledge about how to take a quality picture with a normal camera. But in order to help you choose a proper camera to take good pictures, high quality pictures, we are going to talk about the most common types we can find in the market. So the first one is DSLR, digital single lens reflex camera. There's we have here two examples from the brand Canon and then Nikon, and you can find many others in the market. Sorry. So this type of camera has a mirror inside the camera body, and it allows you, that mirror allows you to see the scene through the optical viewfinder and the camera body that allows light to enter a single lens where it hits a mirror that reflects the light either upwards or downward into the camera's viewfinder. We'll see later a picture drawing in which you can understand this better. So when you press the shutter to take the photo, the mirror flips up out of the way, and then you can add additional lenses to this type of camera. So you can use 15-year-old autofocus or 40-year-old manual focus lens. That means this is the most traditional one, the manual focus that has been in the market for 40 years, and the autofocus has been in the market for around 15 years. Both can be used with this type of camera, depending on which model is it. And then you can turn it on very quickly and take a picture right after pressing the button. Doesn't require much of preparation before you take the picture. This type of camera, DSLR, tends to be large and heavy, and it has a lot of motors and mechanics which make same noise. That makes it difficult to carry it and use it. It is usually used by people who love these traditional cameras or by professionals, depending on the needs of their type of pictures. Then we have the mirrorless camera. And you have an example from Sony here. It's the Alpha 17C. And it has an electronic viewfinder, and it does not have a reflex mirror, so it retains mechanical shutter. That is why, compared to the previous one, mirrorless cameras are smaller, lighter, and quieter due to elimination of the moving mirror. So the previous one is the one that when you press the shutter mirror, it usually makes a noise like click, 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 click. And this one won't make it because it's electronic, so it is quieter and lighter as well. It has less parts inside itself. So when the shutter button is pressed, a door slides up to cover the image sensor. The door will then slide down, and it will expose the sensor to the light. So after that, another door slides up to cover the sensor again, which stops exposure and then has taken the picture. So when the light passes through the lens of a mirrorless camera, it appears directly onto the image sensor as it has no mirror. So it will offer a live view, which then displays on the rear LCD screen. This image preview allows you to adjust settings like the exposure, brightness, saturation, and contrast before snapping your photo. So it is another advantage of this type of camera. You can change the settings before taking the picture. And then without the mirror mechanism inside the camera body, the camera is less prone to shaking, so the image quality is clear and more professional. So this type of camera was an improvement of the previous models of cameras in the market that were available in the market before. So few moving parts inside the camera system also mean less noise, making it the best camera for quiet and discreet shots. So when you took a picture of, let's say, an animal with the previous models we have seen, the animal could be scared by the noise of the camera when pressing the shut button. But with these ones, as they have less noise, when you took a picture, when you try to take a picture with this type of camera, there's no noise, so it is easier to have the animals closer. It also has better focusing capabilities and higher shutter speed, and they make it easier to snap photos at a faster rate. Here is the drawing, the picture that I told you. It will help you to understand how the system works. So this is the first one, the DSLR camera, the one with the mirror. So here is the mirror. The light comes from the outside to the mirror. Then it goes up to the pentaprism, which reflects it to the optical viewfinder when you press the shutter, and that goes down to the image sensor. So that is the way they work. But the mirrorless camera, there's no such system. They don't have this, so you see they are lighter because they have less part. They are thinner, they can be thinner as well. And then the light comes directly to the image sensor. And when you press the shutter, this part goes up or down, and you have an electronic viewfinder that reflects the image and lets you set the settings that we have talked about. And what about smartphones? They are the most common camera we use nowadays. So beside these DSLR and mirrorless cameras, you can practice to improve your photography skills with a basic smartphone. And that is the reason why we have been talking about 3 different applications that you can use in your computer, but you can also use in your smartphone. So after taking those pictures that you usually take with your smartphone, you can modify them with those applications. Although smartphone camera is quite amateur than those we have talked before, they provide you simplicity and mobility. You take your smartphone with you to nearly everywhere, so that allows you to take pictures nearly everywhere and without carrying that heavy, or maybe not that heavy, but big object, which is a mirrorless camera or a DSLR camera. So with your smartphone, you don't need to change lens either. But with the other types of cameras, you have to, or it is recommended to do. It depends on which type of picture do you need to take. Excuse me. So even though smartphones are a good option for taking pictures, as we have said, we need to go for a more professional tool like the cameras we have talked about, even though there's many others in the market. And then we will need to know the lens and the options that we have. So before we start with the lens, we need to know what is focal length. And you have a picture here which explains very good what it is. There's the object distance to the camera, and then the image distance on the point where it is gotten until the point where it is reflected. And excuse me. And that will help us explain the focal length. So most fundamental characteristic of a camera lens, it is its focal length, which is typically expressed in millimeters. And this is not a measurement of the length of the lenses, okay? Instead, it is a calculation of the optical distance from the point where light rays converge to form a sharp image of an object to the digital sensor or 35 millimeters film at the focal plane in the camera. So it is a calculation of the optical distance from the point where the light rays converge to form a sharp image of an object to the digital sensor, right? From the point where the light rays converge to form a sharp image of an object to the digital sensor. So when a lens is focused to infinity, the focal length of the lens can be measured accurately. So you see here, again, the sensor film is here, right? We say to the digital sensor. So until here, so focal length is this. So the focal length of the lens gives information about the angle of view, as you see here. The angle, there's an angle here. So when we talk about the focal length and we buy lenses, we talk about focal length, and that gives us an idea of this angle of view. Or how much of the scene will be covered, right? So when the focal length is longer, this is the case, the angle of view is smaller, right? And the magnification is greater. So let's focal length is longer will mean that the magnification is greater. So smaller angle of view. But when the focal length is shorter, as we see here, this is a short one, the angle of view is wider, right? It opens, is wider, and the magnification is lower, right? Say that, we can understand better main types of camera lenses. We have many here. I'm going to make it closer so you can see it better. You see the degrees here, 100, 180, 74, 62, 80C, and then you see here the millimeters, right? You can see the millimeters here and the degrees that they reach, their angle reach. So the focal length of a lens, it is its most distinguishing characteristic. The bigger the number, the longer the lens, right? So You see here, the longest is 900 millimeters. And you see here that the lenses are longer, right? So the bigger the number, the longer the lens. This is useful information that you should keep in mind, either by making notes or by reminding it in some other way. So you should use a longer lens with a long focal length when your subject is far away and you want to pull it in close in the frame. So if you have ever watched a documentary from National Geographic, you will notice that the photographers that make photographs of the animals, as they cannot get close because they are dangerous animals, they use this type of lens, and with a long focal length, this type of one that brings the animal closer. This will allow you to get a better sense of the scale. So when you use a lens with a long focal length, you're able to focus in on a specific location in the landscape. Again, using the example of the National Geographic photographer, maybe there is a lion far away and we are not interested in the bushes or trees around, but the lion itself. So by using one of these lenses, they will be taken in a closer picture. So we'll be focusing on the lion, but not the landscape. So on the other hand, when you use a lens with a shorter focal length, you are able to capture a greater portion of the globe and present a more panoramic picture, right? So lens with a shorter focal length means a more panoramic picture. So maybe you are not interested in the lion, but the beautiful landscapes of Africa, let's say. So you will use a shorter one in which you open the angle and your photograph will have more details of the background context or landscape that you want to grab in your picture. So knowing that, we can classify lenses into the following categories: prime, zoom, telephoto, wide angle, fisheye, and macro lenses. And this is an important information to know in order to buy the adequate lenses for your camera. So let's see each of them. Prime lenses. You have here a few examples. You see they are not long, they are short ones. So prime lenses give a fixed focal length. So this is the main characteristic, fixed focal length. Okay, so if you have a 35 millimeters prime lens, the only focal length you will ever use is 35 millimeters. So this type of lenses is often used in situations where the subject is relatively stationary and you, the photographer, can move around. These categories include wedding, portrait, landscape, and streetscape photography. When you have a model, and is the one that it is used. So they offer various advantages to zoom capable lenses. You are the one who has to move around. You cannot catch much of the context, as you can see here, but there's some other advantages, like a lower overall weight. They are not heavy. They have a superior performance in low light and nighttime, and they have typically a higher image quality. So they have some backwards, some drawbacks, some disadvantages, but there's also good things about them. And those drawbacks are that you cannot zoom in even if you want to. You cannot zoom this type of lenses. And you need to carry many lenses in most situations if you are not working in this context, such as wedding, portrait, landscape, or streetscape. You will need many other lenses in order to catch other details in different photographies. And also, when switching those lenses for a better photograph, you might miss a shot. So those are some of the disadvantages of this type of lenses. Then we have, and these are probably the most known ones, the zoom lenses. So it is possible that your zoom lenses are your all-purpose lenses. So they can be useful for you in a variety of settings in a circumstance that requires you to shoot both far away and up close. So there are a few different focal length alternatives open for this type of lenses. In most cases, you will be able to find a zoom lens that has a range from 50 to 200 millimeters, right? So to identify them, think of them as all-purpose lenses because they have a range of zoom, and you won't have that problem of changing lenses because you will be able to use it for different things. But in order to have that advantage, there's also some disadvantages. One of them being that it is heavier than the other type. They are not quite as sharp as prime lenses for the similar price range prices, and the aperture setting that does not usually go as low as the prime lenses, and that makes it more difficult to take pictures in low light environments. So we had to think before we choose lenses, which is the most common background in which we are going to take pictures, because we also have the option of having different lenses, of course, but that is always a more expensive option. So you have some examples here. So you see here that you can zoom in and zoom out, right? And those are some of the types depending on the camera. There's then the telephoto lens. They have longer focal lengths than standard lenses. They're ideal for bringing distant things and situations into closer focus, right? So telephoto should remind you to closer focus. They are available in prime, and the first model we saw with a fixed focal length, and zoom, so they have a variable focal length, and just like wide angle lenses. So you have this type of focus and the two types of that we have already seen, those with fixed focal length and those that you can zoom in and out. So the word telephoto can also be used as a common phrase to refer to lenses that have focal lengths longer than 80 millimeters, right? So they produce a more limited field of view. However, they can be as well divided into other categories. They are short, medium, and super telephoto. The short have a diameter that ranges from 85 to 135, and they are ideal for everyday usage due to their small size and low weight. So if you are looking for something that you can carry around, this is one. The medium is a larger size, longer length, and a bit heavier, and their focal length goes from 135 to 300 millimeters. Then the super one goes to over 300 millimeters. It offers magnification similar to a telescope, And they are two-way TWs for handheld photography. So this is the type that we were talking about when talking about the National Geographic documentary. That type of photography requires great magnification, and that type of photographer will use this type of lens, keeping in mind that they don't usually move much. They stay in a place waiting for the objective of the picture to come through. So that is the reason why they don't care much about the heaviness of the product, but the focal length that they are looking for. You see here an example, and there's again a drawback, and it is that the focus length, when the focus length increases, the image becomes darker. So in order to bypass this issue, most high-end telephoto lenses have been designed with a larger maximum aperture or iris opening that permits light to enter the lens. Additionally, they are wonderful for creating photographs that have a lot of bokeh in them. That means a blurry background. So yeah, you can identify it here. Next one is the wide-angle lens. And they have a shorter focal length than the standard ones. And they use it usually to increase the horizontal perspective of a camera photograph. So we are not looking for depth, but wide range of photography. Subjects closer to the camera will look larger than subjects farther away, using this type of lenses. That's why they are called wide angle, because we are looking for to widen the view. And this results in a tiny cylindrical distortion of the image. And unless your subject is very near to the lenses, a wide-angle lens will keep almost everything in focus. Almost everything in focus. It brings everything closer because it has a wide view. Then the fish eye lens, you have an example of this type of pictures taken by the fish eye lenses. And they are an ultra wide angle lens. You see here in the previous one, we look for a wide angle in order to have more objects in our picture. And with the fish eye lens, and it is called this way because of the, how the picture looks like, and how it reminds to how fishes see. So this one here is not just a wide angle, but ultra wide angle, and they are usually known as fisheye. They can capture full 180-degree radius and is frequently used in photography and cinematography to simulate perspective distortion. They are typically used when you want to see a lot of scenery in a single image. You see here in the previous one, we were talking here in this one here. I'm going to this one, the telephoto. We saw here that it's looking to bring closer a faraway objective, and here we are looking to not to focus in one thing of the background, but into grabbing all the background or as much background as possible. And then we have the macro lenses, and there's a very representative picture here as well. So it's a specialized lens that enables you to focus on tiny things at a closer distance than usual. You see, when you use your smartphone or any other of the types of lenses, you won't be able to get this insect as close and as big as it looks here. So that is what this type of lens does. Some macro lenses are built for extreme magnification. Extreme magnification, that is what they are aiming to. And they allow you to photograph insects and flowers up close. So when you use them and you capture a small item, they provide great detail. That's what we are looking for, great detail, you see here. They offer extremely tiny minimum focus distances, and they allow you to get up close and personal with your subject. So this will be a good one if you have a vlog which talks about nature. You will be able to be talking about this insect, bringing it closer into your blog. And this is the last type of lenses that we wanted to talk about today. And I want to share with you a video that has together all the information that we have talked about today. So let me share with you, before I share the video, you have now time to, through the chat or by switching on your microphone, you can express any doubt or question that you have regarding this these topics that we have covered today already. Meanwhile, I am going to okay, so sorry. Meanwhile, I will search for the video. When you think of your doubts, I should have it ready around here. Okay. If when I start playing the video, remember that if you have any trouble with the audio or the image, you can let me know and I will try to solve it as soon as possible. I am going to share it now. It's here. Sure. So he talks about the main information on choosing the camera and the lenses, and I hope you enjoy it. He is very funny and synthesizes the information very well. Okay, as you can see, he is pretty good at summarizing the information, and I think that that's enough for today. We saw enough content, and here is the moment to ask questions or doubts that you have regarding the contents that we have studied today. No questions? Okay, so that's it for today. Tomorrow we will, well, I know you had the program. Tomorrow we will talk about setting the image format, camera mode, exposure, aperture, shutter, and the composition and the importance, of light. Say that. I wish you have a good day or good evening, and see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Spanish time.